It wouldn't be a Mario stream if something didn't happen. We are here back on the entity's Gree Fire as we're seeing a tag onto Gree immediately, heading over to the 30 side of the map here, wanting to play Shaq. Yeah, it wouldn't be a Mario stream if something didn't mess up, right? So, normally at the beginning of all of these, I do pre-tests to try to figure out, what technical issues I have. So it's not as if I don't. My microphone was unfortunately disabled for the first set, but I was making a lot of commentary, and that kind of makes me a little bit sad. But I wanted to mention at the beginning that we are on the Wrecker's Yard, and get used to the Wrecker's Yard because we are going to be here the entire time. We have Unknown on the Wrecker's Yard. We have the Trickster on the Wrecker's Yard. We have the Count Dracula himself on the Wrecker's Yard. We have Clown on the Wrecker's Yard for the tiebreaker, and Spirit on the Wrecker's Yard as well. So this is going to be the Wrecker's Yard, LB, with Tribulation versus Night Owls. Tribulation V, Gree, Ryun, and Night Court here. Night Court being Arya. Bit of a different roster this time, as we are immediately seeing Chase going over to the 9 side of the map here, a 1-stage tie condition to possibly make this work. Team Tribulation needs to get all survivors out the gate without a single hook stage. Now, the question is this possible? Yes, technically. Is it probable? No. And Gree Zero is zoned. So we are going to be seeing Arya coming in for the body block to help out Vamp a little, or to help out. Oh, that's Vamp actually. Wait, sorry, I'm a little bit slow. Gree coming in, or Vamp coming in to take a hit for Gree Zero, making sure we last just a little bit longer here. Very good teamwork, understanding the win condition that they have no choice but to meet. We're able to make the crane here. Not going to actually have a pallet to work with, and that will be Gree Zero going down now on the 7 side of the map here. Ryun was working the 7 generator, so now Ryun going to be taking a tag here as Gree Zero will be going up on a hook, and that is the tie condition already met here for Team Tribulation. So very, very nice stuff here from Team Tribulation, or from Team Night Owls. Gree Zero going up on that hook. Pain Resonance coming through. A little bit of gen pressure happening on the map here. Ryun needs to stealth for this unhook. Ryun the only person that can, but it looks like we might just get found. We do, unfortunately, get found. What an incredible swing through the pallet to make the 2-stage and to win the set. Incredible stuff from Night Owls. Yeah, that is going to be the win for Team Night Owls on set 1. Teleporting back over to the 7 side of the map here. Gree Zero getting unhooked. We want to maybe get the tunnel out onto Gree Zero here. Heading back over for the chase here as Ryun now gets unhooked. All generator progression has halted to get those unhooked. So very, very good stuff from Winter Edit, as Winter Edit does unfortunately, not able to get the infection across the tile here. Continuing chase onto Gree Zero. We still have this 6 tile here, taking the window, as it looks like Gree Zero will just be going for the corner tiles here. Perhaps got a little bit lost as to where the Unknown actually was here, and will not be making this pallet, especially not with Bloodlust. Gree Zero going down here as the generator is continuing to be progressed over on the 9 side of the map, I believe. I hope so, at least, because this is another hook coming through onto Gree Zero over on the far side, or the 4 side of the map here. Heading over to 1, it looks like. Want to take control of that hill. That would actually be really nice to get, as we're placing a husk down over here. And it was actually 3 side of the map as well, so do we fare a head-on? We might fare a head-on play, as we did, in fact, fare a head-on play. And there comes Ryun here, unfortunately going down. Really good stuff from Winter Edit, as we're now going to be taking the kick onto the generator over at 3. Generator distance, however, does pop. Vamp now needs to work another generator. Arya is going to continue to work another generator as well. Ryun now going up on a hook here, as we have 2 survivors on their deathbeds immediately. And this is a good spot for Winter Edit. I mean, Winter Edit can defend both of these hooks from this amazing spot. We do see a bird as well for the rotation of Vamp. Vamp now needs to get out of here. Vamp could go down here. By chasing Vamp, we force Arya off of her generator. All the generator progression will have halted there. A good dodge here coming in from Vamp as we're swinging through the pallet, but not going to land true. Arya will be able to get the unhook onto Greezero. Greezero now needs to be careful, wanting to take chase over onto the 6th side of the map. Needs to get over to the shack. Will not be taking the infection. Very unfortunately, Arya now still around here. I think left, though, which is definitely the right play, as Ryun will just be dying on hook here, it looks like. As Greezero is now going to be getting up on this generator here. Arya, or, apologies, Ryun still on this hook. Arya's actually stealthing for this unhook here. Now, the question is, can you actually get it off? It looks like you actually can. Great stuff here from Arya to get this unhook here, as Vamp is now taking chase with Greezero, but we are interested in Greezero because that is our tunnel out survivor, swinging and a missing through the pallet here. Ping is not going to land true here as we're teleporting back over to the 3 side of the map here. We've already won the set. There's no need necessarily to play too recklessly here or too focused onto the tunnel out. Getting the tunnel out at this point will just mean playing for the best result, but when it comes to winning the set, we've already done it. As we want to head back now to the shack, we get a free tag onto Arya. That could have actually been worth it if we don't lose Greezero here, but we might have, as we did know Ryun was here. Ryun will be getting the stun on the pallet. Beautiful stuff here, but we're not interested in continuing chase onto Ryun as we do find Greezero here over at the 9 side of the map here. Great stuff from Greezero. Want to play a bit of a mind game here through the window, as Greezero will not be going down there. Still taking an amazing chase, heading over to the 7 tile here, but I don't think the pallet is here. Now, this balanced landing is the question. We're waiting, we're waiting. Oh, but that's funny. I couldn't tell what perk Greezero actually was. We can actually find out for ourselves right about now. Greezero was the Lithe, so we will not be, unfortunately, getting any value from that as we're heading over to the 7 hook now. Greezero now going up onto this hook, teleporting away over to the 9 side of the map, and there is Ryun. Ryun has nothing to work with here. We're more than content to just kick this generator, get a bit of aggression on it, and then kill Ryun. Ryun cannot go anywhere. Ryun can go somewhere if we make this window, but we will not be making that window. Ryun does go down here, as we do see scratch marks again over on the 9 side of the map here by Vamp. I think that Team Tribulation has accepted their fate in regards to losing the set, and they're just simply messing around at this point. So very, very good stuff here from Night Owls. Pain Resonance coming through onto Arya's generator over at 3. Picking up Ryun. We want to go ahead and hook Ryun over at the 7 side. Ryun was already pain res, so this will not be a pain res over on the 3 side of the map here. Now the question is, do you actually teleport back? Because I don't think you... No, you don't actually have any husks over on the bottom side of the map here. So Arya will be popping this gen, making this a 4K with 2 generators remaining. Now, here's the thing. When this hatch... Ooh, I think we were going for the hatch close. Very good stuff. A 4K with 2 generators remaining coming in for Team Tribulation. Congratulations to Team Night Owls for taking the set. When we come back, we will have the Trickster here on the records yard. Night Owls killing against Tribulation. Stay tuned. For my K-pop fans out there, we are here with the Trickster on the Wrecker's Yard Winter Edit versus Ryun, GreZero, Slasher, and Vamp here. We do actually know some weeks. I was gonna say I thought we maybe thought somebody was there, but GreZero actually taking a very early tag here over on the 3 side of the map here. Needs to be very careful about these daggers coming through. 2 dagger stacks onto GreZero here. 3, 4 dagger stacks onto GreZero, but GreZero will be making over to the shack, bamboozling the shack as well. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 as GreZero does in fact go down. A good down from Winter Edit to actually get GreZero into the basement. Basement against the Trickster is very, very tough. It's going to be very difficult for GreZero to get out of this basement here. Everything is purple because of my reshade. Please ignore that. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to get GreZero out of this basement here. This is kind of the angle of you may just want to let GreZero go second hook or even die in this basement and just work those generators. It's going to be very difficult against the Trickster to do any sort of shenanigans. There's Ryun does get tagged and will now be trying to loop Winter Edit here over onto the 10 side of the map here. Needs to make this 9 tile and will actually not do so. For very unfortunate. Bamboozle actually doing a lot of effective work here as we are seeing a survivor heading over into the basement. That is Vamp here. We are about to get our... Yeah, we're trying to play to get maybe our... Nice. We have full stacks onto GreZero. We're trying to... We do actually have our main event here. So GreZero will be dying. I don't see any way GreZero won't be dying here. Beautiful dagger coming in from Winter Edit onto GreZero. I'm picking up GreZero at that to put him on the hook over by the 10 side of the map here. A flashbang trying to come through here from Ryun, but it's just not going to happen, very unfortunately. Now we're kicking the generator over at 10 here. And the generator does pop in the distance. 9 and 10 are our most progress generators, so that is the only progress that we have here. So actually getting this hook here is beautiful stuff from Winter Edit, and we still have pain res too. No Way Out is a thing that we have to worry about as well. No Way Out, very, very strong perk here into sets like these where you expect outs. So it's basically, I don't believe we allow No Ed and No Way Out together. So no Ed. So it was either No Way Out or No Ed for your end game perk. And we did opt for No Way Out. So there you go. And we can just guard these generators. We have such amazing pressure onto Team Tribulation here as there is Slasher running away from 7, and there is Ryun running away from Shack. So again, we see every generator being worked except for the one that Vamp is currently working, which is going to be the generator over at, it looks like 6. Yeah, so we are in a very good spot here with 3 stacks on Ryun now. GreZero will just be dying on this hook here with not that much generator progression to speak of. I mean, Vamp has halfway on to 6 here, but like, you have to ask, does it matter? Also, it's not 6, it's 12. No, it's... What? I'm confused. No, I'm confused. I'm very confused as to where Slasher, where Vamp was working that generator. I can't lie to you. But we do actually see Ryun now taking chase over at 3. This has worked 2 of 3 times against Ryun, just swinging through the pallet. Amazing stuff. We do not get pain resonance value off of GreZero, very unfortunately, but the generator pressure that we would have gotten from pain res was made up for in the hook location. So great stuff here as we are seeing the generator over at 6 now being worked here. This is Vamp. So Vamp was at 6. I don't know why I was confused. And we also do see Slasher, so we know where all survivors are as we're forced to force locker. We have no choice here. And the question is, do you make this a 4K4 by simply putting down pain resonance coming through here? We are about to get our main event, so we could be seeing a 4K with 4 generators remaining very, very soon here. As there is Slasher, we know Ryun is somewhere around here. A tag on to Slasher. As Slasher will now be making it over to Shack. We know Ryun is over there somewhere. We know Ryun is over there somewhere. We just don't know exactly where. So we're going to be taking this hill to find out that Ryun is at 6, actually. It's a good rotation from Ryun. As Ryun will just be going down, however. We're not going to take the hook, however. We are interested in more pressure here. Trying to hit these daggers, but Vamp doing very good to actually dodge them. And Ryun will be being put up on a hook here at 6. Our last 2 pain residences are Slasher and Vamp. Those 2 survivors have not been hooked yet. And you have to imagine they, at this point, need to, like, work a generator. Yeah, now they're working 2 different generators here. So this isn't yet a 4K4. This could actually turn into a 4K with, like, 2 or even 3 or even 2 here. Depending on what happens in these matches, as we are knowing that Shaq is being operated, and there is Vamp here. Going for Vamp here forces Slasher off of his generator and to go pick up Ryun. However, it doesn't look like we're too interested in that here, as now we do make the Shaq pallet here and are able to prevent the down. Just just enough as well. Great stuff from Vamp, but Vamp will be going down very unfortunately, as Vamp will now be picked up, as this generator still not popping, as Slasher now no choice but to get the pickup onto Ryun here. Ryun now working the 6th generator. Slasher now wanting to work the generator over at 7, but cannot because of pain resonance at this point. Needs to rotate for the unhook, reloading in the Shaq here. V now on this hook over at 12 here. This generator at 9 about to pop, and it will actually pop here. So great stuff here. It's actually very smart that Slasher didn't pop this generator, because if we did, all the survivors' locations would have been known, and it would have just been a 4K with 3 generators remaining. No question about it. However, we can have a better result if we try. Slasher now needs to be careful, making sure we're not getting seen too quickly here. Doesn't look like Winter Edit is interested in going for Slasher here, if Winter did in fact see Slasher, but instead we're interested in camping this hook, as we do know where all the generator progression actually is. Scratch marks on that hill to continue working 6 here from Ryun. Slasher needs to stealth this unhook, but I don't think it's going to simply be possible. No, I think Slasher is simply going to just wait. Perhaps get on the generator. No, Slasher is just going to wait more. Slasher cannot get this unhook at this point. I mean, he's too far. Wait. Is it gonna happen? No way! Slasher actually getting the unhook on to Vamp. Beautiful last minute unhook there from the survivors. That could mean everything, as Ryun will get found at this pallet, kicking the pallet as well. Does Ryun make the pallet? No, Ryun does not make the pallet. Instead, we're dying on it. Maybe trying to buy a little bit of time, but unfortunately, Winter Edit is not susceptible. Knows that, in fact, the survivors cannot be here, and that is Ryun dead on hook. Survivor is going to be trying to stealth away. We can pop another generator and make this a 4K2, but we need to have the efficiency, and we need to have the chase last as well. And it looks like Ryun, or no, Slasher was forced off of his generator over at 5 here. The question is, does Vamp actually make it onto the generator? Vamp does make it on to the generator to make this a 4K with 2 generators remaining. Great stuff from Vamp to actually let that be the case here. 4K2 is not the best result here for Trickster. However, you typically want outs, but 4K2 into what the situation was, you definitely, like, will take that at least. We do have main event. We're going to pop it very, very soon here, I think. No, we're not popping it at all. We're never seeing main event, everyone. We're never going to see the main event as the stun comes in from Winter Edit. Beautiful, or from Vamp. Very good stuff. Winter Edit now needs to down Vamp and does do so, making this a 4K with 2 generators remaining. Amazing stuff here coming in from Winter Edit of Night Owls. Tribulation's Killer has it all to do to make this 4K3 WinCon a reality. The generator at Shaq, I mean, you were really hoping it would have been able to be done, but it's just unfortunately not. As we will be closing the hatch here. Adrenaline could have proc there, which might have actually given Winter Edit some time here. Slasher is fresh hook. Now, the question is, if Slasher doesn't get found here, that will mean a better result here for Team Tribulation. But if Slasher does get found here, then it will be a 4 key with 2 generators remaining, as we are looking for Slasher. Where is Slasher? Right now, Slasher is right behind these tires, and we do find Slasher, and that will be a Mori. And when we come back, we will see how Tribulation is able to respond to this result. Stay tuned. A 4K with 2 generators remaining win condition. Let's see if Vamp can meet that. Welcome back, everyone, to the Wrecker's Yard. Trickster here, wanting to find our survivors of Team Night Owls here. Winner edit, Cross, Hendrix, and Freeze, 1 HP. We're actually seeing... This is like the standard Night Owls roster here, so very nice stuff. We're seeing the immediate cleanse of the Devour Hope over on the 3 side of the map. I think that was our ace in the hole play for getting this win condition, but unfortunately it just will not be happening, as we do see Freeze 1 HP now taking chase over on this 3 side of the map here. 1 hit, 1, 2, 3 stack, 2 stacks onto Freeze 1 HP. But it will not be a tag here onto Freeze 1 HP. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that will be the full stacks onto Freeze 1 HP here. Injured on this 3 side of the map here. Very good aim from Vamp. And we do actually have the main event here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And Freeze 1 HP will be going down. Beautiful stuff from Vamp. You need chases like that the entire time if you want to meet these win conditions, but what you do not need are pain residences like these. This is really unfortunate pain residence RNG for Vamp. However, Pop Goes the Weasel going to be applied to this generator. We still have pain resonance on to Freeze 1 HP here. No, we're playing essentially with 2 perks. Corrupt Intervention is over. Devour Hope is cleansed. Pop and Pain Res are our only perks the entire time, as we're seeing an immediate unhook on to Freeze 1 HP by Hendrix, and we are playing to get these stacks on him as quickly as possible. 3 stacks, 4, 5, 4 only actually, 5, and there is the main event. 6, 7, 8. Beautiful aim from Vamp to get the down onto Freeze, and this is a pain resonance coming through as well. This is what you need if you want this 4K3 win condition. The survivors are continuing to work their generators here. Shack will be interrupted as Winter Edit will now be forced to leave Shack here. We are activating our main event here. Pop Goes the Weasel on this generator will be very, very good stuff here, as we are seeing scratch marks. It looks like probably heading over to the unhook of Freeze 1 HP. You have to imagine that maybe the survivors want to be a little bit careful about unhooking this too fast, because if Freeze dies at 5 gens, that could actually mean a win for Team Tribulation of this set. There is Freeze 1 HP getting unhooked, however, for the people coming through from Cross. Beautiful at play here. Cross now taking chase over to the 6 side of the map. We are not interested in that. We need our tunnel out if we want this 4K3 win condition. But the question is, where is Freeze 1 HP? Let's find out. Stealthing over by the crane, and I think Vamp understands that as well, as we have found Freeze 1 HP over at this crane. 2 generators in the distance are about to pop. However, you need this down right now, and you need it to you just need it now. Freeze is now heading over to the 9 side of the map here. 1 generator pops. Another one about to pop in the distance as well. Cross about to pop another one to make the tie condition, as Freeze 1 HP continuing chase over on this tile here, over on the... Yes, this is 8 tile here. Another tag onto Freeze 1 HP. 8 stacks coming through, and that will be a tag onto Freeze. Oh, it's so close. It's tantalizingly close. This is the tie condition that we are now playing for. And to make it work, we need this tunnel out. We are actually able to get the hit through the Shack. Beautiful stuff here from Vamp, understanding the killer's limits very, very well here. The question is, can you make the down happen now? And yes, you can. A pallet save could very well land true here. However, a flashy save would be even better to save the Shack, and we're dropping the Shack pallet as well. And that's going to mean Freeze 1 HP will live to see yet another day. Winter Edit continuing to work a generator over on the 10 side of the map here, so we're actually seeing that gen gonna be popping very, very soon. Hendrix wants to hover Freeze, make sure that Freeze isn't gonna die just yet. Being very, very careful to locate the check spot, and Freeze actually makes it out of this completely fine. And because Freeze makes it out of this completely fine, we cannot patrol these generators as effectively. Cross gets found, but that does not matter, as this generator will pop. And this generator popping means the Trickster set will be going to Team Night Owls. Very well played from Team Night Owls, protecting Freeze 1 HP from the tunnel. Even if the tunnel out did happen, to still get that tie condition would have been a hefty task. But Vamp did all that he could, played it very, very well, but unfortunately, Freeze 1 HP just would not die thanks to Hendrix's help. And there's the head-on coming in at 12 here. That was Winter Edit actually playing the head-on. Dropping the pallet immediately and kicking it too. So now we're playing for the best result we can possibly get here. Again, we're playing with 2 perks ostensibly, so it's going to be very, very difficult for Vamp to even 4K this. At this point, the swing and a miss through the pallet, as that will allow Winter Edit to drop the pallet on his head, getting the stun, winning a 50-50, 1, 2, 3 stacks onto Winter Edit. I guess we're going to continue chase onto Winter Edit as well. Want to try to play for the best result we possibly can. 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 will mean an injury. And there is the main event coming through. 3, 4. We just cannot find Winter Edit. Beautiful stuff from Winter Edit, understanding where he can crouch to dodge the Trickster's daggers there. 7 stacks. We need 1 more to land true. But a hit through the flashbang will mean Winter Edit goes down. Beautiful stuff from Vamp. This gate is being worked here. We have already met the win condition. So anyone dying at this point would not matter, as there is Freeze 1 HP working that gate least amount of worth the least amount of stages at this stage in the game. So we do want to hook Winter Edit here to make the best result we can. Now this is about the thing that you expect on Trickster, right? If this is a 5 stage, but a flashy save coming in from Hendrix. Beautiful stuff from Hendrix to get that flashy save, as we are now taking our Folly out of the gate. That will be only 2 stages here for Vamp of Tribulation. Beautiful stuff from Team Night Owls. And when we come back, we will have the Dark Lord. Yes, the Dark Lord back on the Wrecker's Yard. It will be, I believe, Tribulation killing first. Stay tuned. Woof woof, scutter scutter, haha. Welcome back to the Entity's Campfire. We are back here with Team Tribulation versus Night Owls, cross of Team Night Owls here on the Dark Lord, hitting Slasher, Vamp, GreZero, and Ryun here. And one bound, two bound to end the chase, but a beautiful dodge from Slasher will allow him to make the shack here, vaulting immediately through it. And that is actually, we are seeing a perk known as Lapis Lazuli that is blocking off the window of Shack. So we're making sure that the survivors are not able, we're kind of playing into the bamboozle aspect of that here. And that will mean Slasher will go down over on the 6th side of the map. Very, very strong killer here. As we will now be taking Slasher over to this car pile for the Pain Resonance. Now, it will mean that the double generator will not get popped here, as we are now kicking this 5 generator as well. And Vamp now working another generator over at 10. Now, this doubling this generator at the beginning is actually a decent idea here, just because it can actually allow you to get another person to rotate for another generator, get some gem progress, while the person who helped you finish that generator can rotate for the unhook. So, very, very good stuff here. Is Cross now going to be in wolf form. Wolf form is a very, very good scouting tool. Not only does it allow you to have third-person view, but it also means you can see scent orbs in different places. So, very, very strong form. The strongest form that the Dark Lord actually has. We are still looking for an unhook here, but we don't actually find it, as we do find that the generator that was being doubled at the beginning did in fact pop. So someone is going to be stealthing here for this unhook very, very briefly, as the generators are continuing to be worked here. And I was actually wrong, as the survivors are interested more in progressing these generators. And we're kicking the 10 generator here. Not interested in committing for anything, though. We're just going back to the unhook here. We might be content with allowing Slasher to go second for some generator progress here. In fact, that's exactly what it seems that the Team Tribulation will, in fact, be doing. As Cross now heading over to D10 side of the map, where we knew this gen was being worked here, but we aren't really interested in letting this unhook go for free just yet, as we do see Scratch Marks heading over to the 9 side of the map here. Not interested in following up, however. We want to go back to hook and just try to defend the generators as much as possible. And look at this gen progress. I mean, Team Tribulation is showing just how gen efficient you can be into a situation like this. 2 generators are about to pop for this. Now, the question is, are they just going to let Slasher die? If that's the case, then it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. You know, you'd be getting a lot of gen progress. However, you do have to watch out for it, as it will mean that you don't have anything to protect you into the 3v1. No generator progress to speak of, but it looks like the survivors are just more interested in pumping out these generators here rather than going for any sort of unhook. And I don't know if Ryun actually is going to make this if he tries. Yeah, no, I don't think Ryun is interested in going for it, actually. I think Ryun... Wait. It's possible we might. No, we're not going to. In fact, we do see that the Dark Lord is still just hard camping here, but we were fine with hovering it just for now, just to like put some pressure onto Cross here. And we will be getting down to 1 generator remaining for the full camp out. Now, the question is, was this actually as worth it as we think it was? Because we are actually seeing that there's no 3 gen to defend anymore, which is the strongest aspect of these killers here. 1 bound, 2 bound, not going to land true. Very unfortunate, as Vamp will be making his pallet, dropping it immediately. Hellfire needs to land true, but it will not be happening. Vamp playing this pallet very, very well, breaking the pallet now. Cross has no choice. 1 bound to break this pallet as well. And again, the generator over at 9 can just simply be worked. I don't think there's anything. No, it's Shack. I mean, we do have a 3 gen. Never mind. For some reason, I thought the generator at 9 wasn't the one being progressed here, but Shack. It was in fact the one at Shack being progressed. So we will be kicking it, adding Eruption to it. Wolf form to try to maybe find a survivor stealthing around here. We do actually see Scratch Marks here. That is GreZero. GreZero taking chase over at this 7th side of the map here. We'll actually be able to make this filler pallet, dropping it immediately. Very good stuff from Gree. Hellfire coming through, but not going to land true, as we're now forced to hold W. This was a damned if you do, damned if you don't pallet. GreZero taking that tag. Shack continuing to be worked. Vamp working another generator off in the distance over at the 9 side is Gree. We do need to be very, very careful here. Check spotting very, very well to ensure that we don't go down very instantly, but we will, unfortunately, be going down because of the wolf form. Very, very, very strong bounds here from crosses. That will mean a down onto Grease Zero. But the question is, do we have a pain resonance? And we simply don't. I mean, this is a terrible, terrible pain resonance spread for Cross here, as we will actually find Ryun. Ryun now taking chase over on the 12 side of the map here. Vamp needs to continue working this generator, so we need to be very, very careful, as a tag will happen very, very soon. You have to imagine, not gonna make this pallet. Very unfortunate, Ryun not making that pallet there. As 1 bound, 2 bound, maybe Hellfire maybe can land true to maybe make it a yes! Ryun will be going down here, and now we are bat forming. No, because we wanted to be sure. It looks like perhaps we wanted to try to find Vamp to make this a 4K with 1 gen remaining, but the unhook did happen, and I think Cross was aware of it and just decided, no, we're just gonna go ahead and take the pickup here. This is a really good hook location for Cross. He can defend all of his generators just from this position, so we need to be very, very careful, as Grease Zero is now still injured, has to go for this immediate unhook onto Vamp, and it is actually allowed to do so. So very, very good stuff. Needs to be an immediate unhook if you want to get them out of this hook spot. Shaq is still decently high progress, as there is Ryun, and there is Grease Zero as well on the hill. Grease Zero is our next pain resonance, so maybe this is the ideal chase here. Want to be very, very careful, trying to maybe mind game Grease Zero, and we actually do so somewhat. 1 bound, 2 bound, not gonna land true, but it does put Grease Zero in a bit of a dangerous situation here with this 50-50 pallet, but with the Dracula's Hellfire, it's not a true 50-50. You have to be very, very careful here. Are the survivors actually doubling out a generator? No, they are not, as Eruption does come through. Very, very good call for Eruption. Generator at Shaq continuing to be worked. A pickup onto Grease Zero to get pain resonance off. And that will actually mean that 3 gets pain resonance here, as we're heading over to the 3 tile here. It looks like we're content with being aggro on this generator, because we know that Ryun was on that Shaq generator here, and it will pop regardless of anything that happens here. Beautiful tag here coming in on to Vamp, but it doesn't really matter, as we may have gotten a little bit of auto aim there, as Vamp will get adrenaline off. Great stuff here from Team Tribulation. They brought it back in this 3rd match here. We want to try to find Vamp. Vamp is our fresh hook. He's our best stage, but we only find Ryun, so we'll have to take what we can get here. That will be 7 stages if we can take Ryun here, but unfortunately we will not be taking Ryun just yet. Ryun taking an amazing chase, needs to check spot this very, very well here. Does actually do so. Very, very, very aware of the Dracula's location here. Needs to be very, very careful to dodge. Missed this bound. Does actually dodge the bound. Beautiful stuff from Ryun. Now the question is, can Vamp appear somewhere to take a hit for our survivors? But it just will not be happening, as Grease Zero will be going down. Very unfortunate stuff here. Are actually not a terrible find, but this is the find that we really needed. But I don't think Vamp is going to allow Cross to get this for free. No, it's not going to happen, as both the survivors are out of the gate. And now we need to pick up Grease Zero to ensure that a hatch is not able to be played for. That is going to be a 2K with, I believe, 7 stages. So not terrible, terrible for our killer here. 2K7 is pretty good. No, wait, am I wrong? Gree was death. I could have, no, wait, no, Gree, wait, what? I believe that was a 2K7. My ref will let me know in just a second here. But yeah, it was a 2K7. So a 2K8 win result here for Team Night Owls. Has it all to do, but not the worst thing in the world. When we come back, we will... Or sorry, a 2K8 win result for Team Tribulation. When we come back, we will see how they answer. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Wrecker's Yard here at the Entity's Campfire. This is the second game of the lower bracket here. Hendrix now taking chase over at the 9 side of the map against Grease Zero on the Count Dracula. 2k8 is our win condition in order to keep this game going. If it is that Grease Zero cannot meet at least a 2k7 for the tie, then this entire match will go to Team Night Owls. If it is, however, that Grease Zero can match a 2k7 or above win condition, then they will still be in the game. Hendrix now taking chase over at the 7 side of the map here. Winner edit, freeze 1 HP, and Cross still wanting to do generators over by the bottom side of the map. A beautiful dodge here from Hendrix to keep the chase going just a little tiny bit longer, and a head-on play coming in from Winter Edit as well. Beautiful stuff here from Grease Zero. As we're continuing chase on the shack here. Oh, beautiful stuff here from Grease Zero to actually get the down onto Hendrix there. I don't think Hendrix is quite aware of what was happening there, but we're dying on the side of the map where the generators are being progressed. That could be that could spell some trouble here for Team Night Owls here. A pallet save could be coming through here. Winter Edit tried it, but it will not be landing true as we're going into the basement. Freeze 1 HP. Going to be finishing their generator. No pain resonance to speak of. We are expecting Hendrix to maybe get unhooked from here, but getting this pressure will be insane. It's going to be very difficult to get Hendrix out of this basement, especially against a killer like Count Dracula. 7 now being worked here. We see Cross wanting to take chase with Grease Zero here. Grease Zero taking control of this hill, blocking off the window here, it looks like, and a pallet save will be coming through. Hendrix actually does get saved there, so beautiful stuff from Team Night Owls to get Hendrix out of that basement, meaning Hendrix will live to see another chase, as we're trying to maybe Hellfire Hendrix here, but we don't quite have it. 1 bound, 2 bound to maybe get the down, but it's just not going to land true. Very unfortunate stuff here, as here is Winter Edit to take a hit for Hendrix, as Hendrix will be allowed to make the shack. Breaking the pallet, forcing Hendrix into a rough position here, but it will mean that Hendrix is able to make this window yet again. Hellfire landing true. Beautiful stuff here from Grease Zero here, as we're probably going to be taking our pain resonance now. Yeah, we're going to be taking our pain resonance now, heading over to the 3 side of the map here. 7 currently being worked and very close to popping as well. Cross will not get his generator done. Very unfortunate stuff here. That generator was literal 99. 1 more second, and Cross will have popped that generator. We are continuing chase onto Cross now. 1 bound, 2 bound, but it's not going to land true, as Cross will be able to make this pallet here, immediately dropping it, not wanting to play around with the killer's Hellfire ability, wanting to head back to hook, make sure the hook does not happen too quickly here. 7 is about to pop here. And we need to get Hendrix off of this hook here if we want to meet this win condition. It looks like Cross is just walking, wanting to play for the unhook here, heading onto the hill. There's very little reason for Grease Zero to actually leave this hill at the moment, as we are actually seeing Winter Edit here. Now, this is actually a decent play. This could be the play that makes Grease think that Winter Edit is the one coming for the unhook. However, Grease Zero is not convinced. I think Grease Zero wants to keep this unhook and play Hellfire around it, as we are seeing Hellfire on to Cross there. And Cross will unfortunately not be able to help for the double save, meaning this unhook is not for free. It is a trade, and that means that Hendrix has it all to play for here. This chase has to last as long as it possibly can here, but with the Wolf form ability, that is only a matter of time. 1 bound, 2 bound, and Hendrix is able to win that window. Beautiful stuff here. Now we need to be very careful. Good stuff from Hendrix. Hellfire coming through, but Grease Zero unfortunately missing it. And now Hendrix making it over to the 9 side of the map here. We have a corner pallet to play. We need to pop these generators, and we're about to. 1 generator will pop at another one not far behind. Can we dodge this Hellfire? No, we cannot. Very unfortunate stuff from Hendrix, and that will be a death with 1 generator remaining. We are in about the same position that we were last game as well, with a death at 1. And now we are heading over to guard these generators here. Do we actually have a 3-gen is the question that you want to ask yourself. We have one at 3, have one at Shack, and then we have one at mid 9. It's not, oh, it's kind of 10, but it's still not really the 3-gen you were wanting. The 3-gen that Team Night Owls had last time as well. So Grease0 still cannot let his guard down. This is not yet a 4K1 Rimzo. We're playing for at least a 2K7, at best a 2K8 or more. Do we get a tag onto Crosshair? Freeze 1 HP. You have to imagine it's working another generator in the distance here. This chase needs to kind of last here. We need to camp this pallet, making sure. Hellfire coming through. Is it going to land true as we're now holding W away? Hellfire does in fact land true. Good Hellfire coming in from Grease0. Freeze 1 HP. Now going to hit with a Pain Resonance here. And Winter Edit wants to go for an immediate unhook onto this generator. We do know that it's the generator that was being operated here. We want to be very, very careful not to get found, though. So great stuff from Freeze 1 HP, not to get found. We want to get back onto that generator. Unhook does happen. And there's Winter Edit. Now, the question is, do you go for Winter Edit? You do, in fact, go for Winter Edit. Winter Edit now taking chase over to the 3 side of the map here. We only have this corner palette to play, if anything. Hellfire coming through, not going to land true. So beautiful stuff from Winter Edit. We need to be very careful. Grease0 now taking chase over at Winter Edit, or continuing to take chase over at Winter. Good lord, my casting. Continuing to take chase over with Winter Edit at this window, and that window is not going to mean the down for Winter Edit. Winter Edit lost a 50, very unfortunate stuff there, and will go down as a result. But this generator is being doubled. We need to pre-leave for this unhook. So great communication there from Team Tribulation here. This is now 5 stages on the board, 2 more, and Team Tribulation is still in this game. This generator does unfortunately lose a lot of progress for this Pain Resonance unhook, or for this Pain Resonance hook, as Freeze wants to get back onto it immediately. But we are content with kind of proxy camping the hook a little bit. As now we're heading over to 3 to see if we could find any progress. Cross needs to be a bit careful here, needs to wait for the right moment to go for this unhook, needs to wait until basically he's on the killer, or until the killer goes straight to 10, to maybe even have a chance of getting this unhook. We do see, yeah, it looks like Freeze is still working that generator, and Gree is continuing to proxy camp this hook. We might be heading over to 10 here just to protect it a little bit. Yeah, we're watching the unhook, making sure. We're waiting for second stage to come in. Now, here's the thing. When the second stage does come in, we'll be heading over to 10, so I don't think this 10 generator is going to be popping. It very well might, though, if we decide to stick it, and we actually do decide to stick it. SB coming through. That means it will not be a down. Beautiful stuff here from Team Night Owls. We only have 6 stages on the board at the moment. 1 more down, and it will happen, meaning that Team Tribulation is in this game still. That is the tie for Team Tribulation. But the question is, can you make it the straight up win? You might, yes, you will be able to make it the straight up win. Beautiful stuff here from Team Tribulation to make this, or to keep themselves in the game here, and we will probably be seeing a Mori. They're not out of the woods just yet. This could be decided in this Spirit game, or will we be going to Clown for the tiebreaker? Let's find out when we come back. Welcome back to the Hanity's Campfire. We are here for the second round of the lower bracket here with the Spirit this time on the Wrecker's Yard. Winner edit Sonic, Hendrix, and Freeze 1 HP for Team Night Owl's Vamp on the Spirit. Listening out, seeing if we can't find any survivors stealthing around anywhere. There is a bit of a Spirit bug where when she comes out of phase, she just kind of looks like that. So you'll have to excuse that for a little bit. Yeah, it's a little weird, but no worries. We are phase walking, trying to listen out for any survivors here, but we aren't seeing anyone just as yet. And just no gen prog as well. The survivors of Team Tribulation are just kind of like, or of Team Night Owls are just kind of like making sure that they aren't getting found too quickly here before they can rotate for their generators. No progress to speak of even on 5 as we are seeing, yeah, Freeze 1 HP actually being chased now over at this pallet, but a pallet drop onto Freeze 1 HP will mean that he will be able to make the 3 side of the map here. Wants to play this pallet best as we possibly can here. Vamp, unfortunately, not catching out Freeze there, and will actually do so. Freeze, unfortunately, vaulting the pallet a bit presumptuously there. Wants now to play this 3 tile. It is a seawall. And it looks like Freeze wanted to try to maybe make a bit of an audio play, but it didn't quite happen there as the pallet save comes through onto Freeze by Winner Edit. So beautiful stuff from Winner Edit to get that pallet save as Freeze 1 HP continuing chase. And it will just be another very quick down, but it was actually a very good play because maybe it prevents the pain resonance. We'll see in just a second. I don't think this is a pain resonance. It is not a pain resonance, no. As pain resonance is not even allowed. So I don't even know why I'm saying that. Normally I see spirits get allowed pain resonance sometimes, so I forget if pain resonance is actually even allowed a lot of the time, and it's simply not. So that is my fault. As we are now heading over to this 5 side of the map here. We are actually seeing Hendrix with Sprint Burst coming through. Wanting to just use the exhaustion, force it out of him. Another generator does pop in the distance here as we are seeing the unhook coming through onto Freeze 1 HP. I didn't catch who that was, unfortunately. I believe, yes, it is Winner Edit. Winner Edit now getting the unhook onto Freeze. We're going to be probably playing to help out Winner Edit a little bit, or at least to try to help him make something a little bit more. Life coming through to allow Winner Edit to maybe make this 6 tile. And it will actually happen too, excuse me, oh my god. And it will actually happen too. No head-on to speak of, so making this pallet is necessary, and or this window is necessary, and it will not happen as Freeze 1 HP does in fact go down over on the 6 side of the map here. And now we're just gonna hook over at the 5 side. Freeze 1 HP now going to be up on this hook here. Vamp wants to check over on his generators over on the top side of the map. And will actually be able to do so quite effectively. Pop goes the Weasel on this generator. Eruption as well. As we do actually find Winter Edit as well. So that is an Eruption proc onto Winter Edit from Vamp. And now we're heading back over to the unhook to try to get this tunnel out. We are seeing scratch marks here. No further people play coming in, so it's very possible that this chase might not last very long, especially if we're not able to make this pallet. And it looks like Freeze actually winning that 50-50 there. They're very, very well done. And now Vamp is able to just continue to chase Freeze. Freeze making this pallet, has to probably just drop it. Swinging through the pallet is going to happen, but we have given up pallet control. But the standstill tech coming in, and Freeze will go into Vamp's loving arms. Come here, give me a kiss. Mwah, now get on this hook. And that will be a death at 3 generators remaining from Team Night Owls. Very good stuff here from Vamp. Getting that kick on that generator. Pop goes the Weasel Eruption. We suspect a stealth play happening here, and we do actually find it as well. So that will be a free tag onto Sonic. And now has to run over to the 9 side of the map. Now, if we're committed to, that could mean bad things. We're playing with the flashbang here, trying to play with the Spirit's audio a little bit, dropping that pallet, and unfortunately, vaulting into the Killer's loving arms, too. And it's going to be another hook over by where we saw there was a little bit of progress. This hook here is going to be essential here. And we do see winner edit. We do see winner edit stealthing for the unhook, and it just simply will not happen. A tag onto winner edit, and it will need to be a trade as well. So a trade onto winner edit here. Sonic misses you. Now going to head over to the 5 side of the map here. We want to continue chase onto him, I believe. Shaq going to be thrown here, but instead we want to patrol these gens. And it looks like 7 is this close to popping as well. This is Hendrix's gen. Hendrix now taking chase over at the 7 side of the map here. Pop goes the Weasel Eruption going to be applied. We do need to be careful, though. This does give Sonic the ability to now get the pickup onto Winter Edit, thus removing any pressure that we might have. So we need to make sure that this chase lasts as long as short of a time as it possibly can here, whereas Hendrix is going to want to last as long as possible. Vamp is not interested. Vamp is going to go back to the gens, as that is probably the smart play here. As we are resetting, finding this reset could mean everything. Vamp may have gotten a bit presumptuous there with that slug. Maybe it wasn't the best play in the world. We might have had time for the hook onto Winner Edit as well as the Pop goes the Weasel onto that 7 gen. And there is Winner Edit actually, so maybe we actually are able to get it. We are not. A beautiful vault from Winner Edit to actually make the 3 set of the map here, and that 7 gen is probably going to pop as we do see 2 generators being progressed here. Eruption coming through. Great stuff here from Team Night Owls. And now we could be seeing a 4K1 here, depending on what happens. There is no pain resonance to speak of, so a Pop goes the Weasel on the 7 gen could mean good things here, as we're phasing straight over there. Hendrix wants to pre-stealth, though, which is probably the smart play. Doesn't want to get found just yet. And I don't believe is found. Waiting for Eruption to come back, and we do get the kick onto that generator. Pop Eruption applied, and now we're heading over to the 12 side of the map here, perhaps to stop a generator from being worked there, but it is too late, as that generator in the distance will pop. Hendrix now going to probably, gonna get back on that generator. Now it's up to Sonic Misses You to try to maybe stealth for this unhook. Yeah, Sonic Misses You is going to go over for the unhook here. Hendrix needs to be very careful, as we do see Hendrix here. We're phasing over to him. Great stuff from Hendrix. That was interesting, as we are now breaking this pallet force to. Oh, and that is not a hit. Beautiful stuff from Hendrix phasing. Tried to do a little bit of a slow vault over that pallet there, but it is not going to work out, as we are now breaking the pallet. Tries to make a little bit of play with Champion of the Light, but it's not going to happen there, and that will be a pickup onto Hendrix. Phasing yet again, trying to see if we can find a survivor. We might have actually seen that survivor over there, yeah, with Eruption. So the aura reading does come in handy here. We suspect maybe, yep, there they are. But we're not interested in chasing. Instead, we're just going to go back to this generator over at 7 and get a kick on it for Pop Eruption here. Beautiful stuff. As Winner Edit is very close to popping his generator over here. And there is Sonic Misses You. Sonic is probably going to be taking a bit of a tag here. No, we actually elude the Spirit very, very well there. So good stuff from Sonic. Maybe we want to protect that generator. No, we were very close to wanting to, but I think we realized it's a bit too little too late, as we do see the scratch marks of Sonic Misses You over at the 7 side here. Now the question is, what is the play? Sonic probably still wants to rotate for this unhook while Winner maybe gets some progress on another generator. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. We're still going to be hovering this unhook while Winter gets some progress on another generator here. So that will allow for Team Night Owls to be able to get some progress. But we still know for a fact Sonic is over here somewhere. The unhook simply will not be happening just yet. And now we will be leaving to go finish off Winner Edit, knowing that he was on this generator. Winner Edit only has, I believe, this pallet to play. I think it's gone, actually. So Winner Edit has to make a tile here, but the phase of the spirit coming through might just stop that from happening. Good stuff here from Winner Edit to elude the spirit a little bit longer, and that does mean we do actually make this pallet. So Vamp actually getting a bit outplayed there, so wonderful stuff. As we now need to win these pallet 50s, as we do. Good stuff there from Winner Edit, allowing him to make this pallet yet again. Swinging and a missing is Winner Edit, onto Winner Edit. Beautiful stuff, and that will be a down finally. As we are now slugging to head over for the 7 generator. Sonic was already hovering this hook, though, anticipating that perhaps a slug would happen, so very, very good read from Team Night Owls here, as Hendrix will now be taking chase. Phasing need to win this pallet 50, and we actually kind of do. Beautiful stuff. Can we actually win another one? We need to win this one too. No, instead of chaining, we do actually chain very effectively as well. Phasing is Hendrix window here. But unfortunately, it's not going to work a second time. So good stuff from Vamp to read that. A reset coming in onto Winner Edit from Sonic. And Hendrix goes back up on this hook, and it is a death. A 2-survivor protocol here. Going to be very difficult for the survivors of Team Night Owls to pop another gen, but I have seen miracles happen before. I believe we did see the rotation of Winner Edit over here, so that's probably why Vamp is so just gunning this area. No one just yet. Winner Edit actually doing a very good job to elude the spirit, as Sonic wants to get back on this 3 generator. Perhaps we're phasing to maybe mess up the comms of the survivors, and it actually does kind of work, as Winner Edit will be found over at the 6th side of the map here. Is going to be able to make this window, but that's just about it, as we now need to have a good phase and maybe get a hit. Very good stuff from Vamp to read what Winner Edit was doing. So amazing stuff here. Heading over to the 3 side of the map to stop Sonic from completing this generator. Sonic needs to stealth. If Sonic can avoid getting found here, that would actually be really, really great. As we do see the spirit just there. Didn't quite see Sonic, I don't believe, though. We're now checking these corner tiles, seeing if we can find Sonic, and we actually do find Sonic. Beautiful find from Vamp, and that will be a tag. As Winner Edit is healing himself with a med kit here, phasing on to Sonic to try to get this down very, very quickly, and will actually do so. We're not interested in picking up, however, as Winner Edit has reset herself. Now, if you can get this pickup and another reset, you're still in this game. A 4K0 isn't impossible. It's just going to be very, very difficult. This generator at 7, you have to imagine, is like a lot of kicks. I don't remember I wasn't counting, but Edit is going to be able to elude the spirit just briefly there. But we do see him at 12. A pickup coming in as well. And great stuff here from Vamp. Winner Edit will now be able to stealth this unhook. But the question is, even if the unhook does happen, what then? unhooking and phasing back to hook as well, as we are interested in finding winner edit, and that will be a tag onto him too. We want to make Shaq here, but I forget if Shaq was already used. Oh, we're playing a hill play. Actually tried to, but it didn't quite work for us there. Winner edit will be going down, and now Sonic misses you. Has to be careful. Stealthing over at the 7 tile. Not gonna get found just yet, but you have to imagine it's just a matter of time here. And we do actually see Sonic misses you. A 4K with 1 generator remaining to end off this first half of the Spirit Set. And when we come back, we will see how Team Night Owls' killer is able to respond. A beautiful, beautiful, I would say a good win condition. A good result for Vamp. Now, winner edit is fresh here, so it's not quite set in stone, done and done yet. If winner edit bleeds, that could mean some bad things here for Team Night Owls, or for Team Tribulation. I'm sorry. But we do, in fact, hear her, and it gives us enough time for a Mori. When we come back, we will see how Team Tribulation is able to respond on the Survivor side. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Entities Campfire. We are here for round number 2 of the Spirit set, and Sorry, I got distracted for a second. We are here for round number 2 of the Spirit set, and we are seeing Vamp, Gree0 Slasher, and Ryun here. An immediate chase coming in onto Vamp. Breaking the pallet immediately as well will result in a tag here for Cross. So beautiful stuff here. Our win condition is 4K2. Very difficult. Very difficult. Normally, I believe that Spirit can get between like 6 to 8 stages on the Wrecker's Yard on this balancing. So it's one of those things where it's going to be very difficult to beat that. And Balanced Landing actually is going to come through from Vamp. So great stuff from Vamp to actually meet that. But the question, does it matter? No, it does not, as Cross will be taking the down onto Vamp. But let me see if it's at the cost of a generator. It very well is at the cost of a generator, unless a Pain Resonance comes through right now, and it just will not. But again, Pain Resonance is not allowed, and I am amazing at remembering things, I promise. I literally went through, before the match started with my ref, if Pain Resonance was even allowed. They gave me a deadpan no response, and then I did my own research and realized, oh yes, it is in fact not allowed. So, you know, me when I forget things, but we are seeing an unhook immediately onto Vamp. So for the people actually coming through as well. So Tribulation actually doing everything to continue into this tournament. As Vamp now taking chase with Cross over at this car pile here. FaZe needs to come through, as it will actually not quite come through. This pallet will be won by Cross, so great stuff to get that tag onto Vamp. FaZe walking yet again, trying to find the down onto Vamp as quickly as he possibly can. These generators are continuing to be progressed at a very, very extreme rate. As now we want to play Balanced Landing on this hill. Now the thing is, you need to make it to this pallet, and you will actually do so. So great stuff. That looked very interesting from my perspective, the spirit bug there. But we are actually now making it to this 3 filler here. Vamp doing a very, very good job at lasting in this chase. You might just see all the generators popping for it as well, but eruption does happen. So 1 gen, 2 gen will pop for this chase here. A pallet save might be here. It was, but it's not going to mean anything. Slasher will be taking a tag, and Vamp will be going into this basement. So beautiful stuff here from Cross. Thank you. I want to see if we can find Slasher's reset, but I don't think we actually are able to find it. So might be content with just camping this hook out and trying to play for a 4K2 win con. It's going to be very difficult to do that, though. A Slasher is now working another generator off in the distance. Gree0 might be off to working another gen as well. And Ryun does actually make it for the unhook, as Gree0 will be taking a tag. Unhook does happen onto Vamp as well. And there is Ryun. Ryun now taking a tag. All survivors injured. And now we need this tunnel out onto Vamp like yesterday. Slasher continuing to work their generator as quickly as we possibly can here. Balanced Landing coming through. And it will allow Vamp to make this filler pallet here. But losing a pallet 50 will mean that Vamp will be dead on hook with 2 generators remaining. The 4K2 win result is possible. Very difficult, though. We hear this generator being progressed, pop eruption being applied to it now, as now resets need to happen. All the survivors will be off generators resetting, so this is going to be Cross's chance to maybe find a reset. And we do actually find Ryun here. If we can get this down onto Ryun, that would actually be very huge. Oh, good stuff from Ryun to mess with the Spirit's audio a little bit there. Now we need to win a TNL 50. We do, in fact, win it. Beautiful stuff here from Cross to get that down as quickly as he possibly can. Getting the hook as well. Slasher continuing to work a generator in the distance. But we want to get this hook into the basement, it looks like. This will force Grease0 into a tough position of having to get this unhooked very, very quickly here. While Cross can actually go and pressure the generator that was being progressed over at 4. And we see the stealth of Slasher. Oh no, that could be bad here. Slasher needs to win this pallet. Does actually beautiful stuff from Slasher. No life to speak of though, so we need to win yet another pallet 50, and we will actually do so. Need to win yet another one. We actually do so again. Beautiful stuff phasing to try to cut Slasher off. Great stuff. A Slasher will go down. Pick up onto Slasher as well. Slasher's first hook into this lovely gen spread here. Survivors of Tribulation are missing a lot of gen prog. Kicking that generator, halting their gen progress as much as possible. We know someone is stealthing there. The question is, does Cross know that? And I don't think he does. But check on our split a little bit here. See if we can't maybe defend these generators. Grease0 is, or Ryun is working another generator over on the opposite side of the map here. And that actually could very well pop here, and it looks like it actually will. We are committing to this chase, so that means that generator on the other side of the map will in fact pop. Making this a tie condition. With this tie condition, that means that Team Tribulation is still in this game. Good down here from Ryun, but the question is, does it matter as Slasher now going to be working that generator over at 9? There is no way for Cross to get over to that generator before it pops. This is a tie. A little bit of Champion of the Light teching, what we like to do with the Spirit here, and we actually do see Slasher. Good down by Cross onto Slasher. And now we want to head back. Maybe no, we're interested in picking this actually. Ryun was currently working a generator, and that is second wind for Grease0 as well. And the full resets do happen thanks to second wind as well. And we're still just waiting for the right time to get on these gens. We want to guard these gens a little bit. Make sure that unhook doesn't happen for free necessarily. I don't think we see anybody. So we're holding Cross, spelled with a K. Right now, seeing if we can find somebody. Did we suspect someone was here? And we actually do find Grease0 as well, so good suspicions. And that will not be a trade. But it will be a very quick down. Spirit chases don't tend to last very long here. Phase walking. Let's see if we can find it. We do actually find it. Good down onto Grease0. As Ryun is still working that gen off into the distance, we're taking our agitation over to where we think is the best, most convenient place for it. As there is Slasher now taking chase over at this 8 side of the map tile here. Wants to try to mess with the Spirit's audio a little bit. Doesn't quite do so, unfortunately. Ryun still back on this generator, taking the hook onto Slasher. As we do see the eruption proccing over on this 5 side, that is Ryun. Gree Zero working a generator over at 8. Or is it 10? It's about 10. It's 12. As there is Ryan. We're now taking chase over with Ryan over to this 3 side of the map here. Do actually get the hit. Beautiful stuff from Cross here. Phasing to try to follow up on this double tap. And we do so very efficiently. Good stuff from Cross. Now we need to find where Gree Zero is. We know where Gree Zero is. The question is, does Cross? And Cross might have a suspicion, actually. Instead, we're actually just interested in taking the pickup onto Ryun here. Perhaps for the Pop Goes the Weasel eruption value. That is the second stage for Ryun here. Gree Zero needs to be very, very careful not to get found here. We're getting put in the same position where I believe Gree Zero is just the fresh hook. I believe. I don't remember. I could be wrong. This is just what I'm going off of based off of the spectator thing, but again, it's very buggy. Gree Zero is kind of just stealthing over on this 10-11 side of the map here. Not interested in being found just yet. And we are just going to camp this out. The best option for Team Tribulation would be for somehow for Gree Zero to get out of this trial alive. Now, is that going to happen? Questionable. It would be very difficult for Gree Zero to actually get out of this trial alive. It is the spirit, and this gate setup does not look very good for him. However, I've seen worse happen. As there is the hatch being closed now. 12 and 1 are our gates. 12 and 3 actually. Gree Zero needs to be as meticulous about this as possible with resilience. Maybe. Did we bubble tech? We've bubble teched! Bubble tech very strong. Does it matter though? Very unfortunate stuff. It is just not going to matter. Gree Zero will be going down. Very unfortunate. For those that don't know, Gree Zero was death on hook. For those that don't know, bubble teching is when you immediately get on the gate when the gates appear, because the killer only sees the bubble around where the gates are, doesn't see if you're on them. So can be a very, very strong tech, and it almost worked out for Gree Zero. Not going to happen here, unfortunately. That is going to be a 4K with 1 generator remaining, and when we come back, we will have to clown yet again on the Wrecker's Yard. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to what potentially could be the final match of today's games. If Tribulation either ties or wins, we will be replaying another set from earlier. If Night Owls, however, takes the set, they will win 3-0 against Team Tribulation. As we are seeing Chase onto Sonic, misses you. Immediately a tag onto Sonic. Heading over to the Shack side of the map. Good tag from Vamp. Purple Potion coming in. Yellow Bottle coming in as well to try to finish off this chase. This is high-speed demon clown, remember. So because of that, we will be making this pallet. So very, very good stuff here from Sonic to actually do so. Breaking the pallet immediately. Vamp now wants to try to follow up with this chase immediately. Yellow Bottle coming through. Purple Bottle to slow down a little bit. Breaking this pallet. Yellow Bottle again. A hit needs to come through in order for Sonic to make anything. Purple Bottle, Purple Bottle, Purple Bottle everywhere, and it's just not gonna happen as Sonic misses you. Does in fact go down here. Beautiful stuff from Vamp to actually get that down, as well as maybe find a basement hook, but we're not actually going to find it. No, instead we need to hook over at this 10 tile. We may have missed our opportunity for a very amazing play in the basement there, but with Winter Edit there was no way we were making out that basement, especially not without agitation. Reloading to try to cut off any survivors that might be trying to get away from this situation. Hendrix is working a generator that's pretty decent prog, and it will actually pop. Good stuff from Hendrix here. Winter Edit now wants to stealth, maybe look for another generator here. Yellow Bottle to try to get over to yet another generator, or to get over to the unhook. As we do actually find Winter Edit here. Swinging through the pallet to try to get the down, but it's not going to happen. High Speed Clown, I don't doubt, can actually do so. And Winter Edit does take the tag here and will actually make it to a different pallet. Or a different tile. Heading back over to the hook here. We want to try to make this a second hook game. Hendrix is working another generator here with Winter Edit. And now Hendrix is going to be heading over to the unhook. We want to make sure that this unhook happens before second stage here. And it looks like both the teams agree that that is the case here. No, it looks like we're getting back on 11. So Freeze is going to head back onto the one generator here. And Hendrix going to be trying to prevent this second stage from happening. But unfortunately, it just simply will be happening. There's nothing we can do. And this will be a not quite tag onto Freeze 1 HP, so good stuff here from Freeze. As now we want to head back to the unhook here, but that was an unhook, or that was a second hook, so Sonic is second stage right now. Unhook does finally happen. Pink Bottle coming through, not going to land true. Yellow Bottle now coming through to cut off Sonic as best as we possibly can. Speed Demon Clown. And it will be a down. I didn't mean for that to rhyme. That was really lucky, as we are going to see another generator pop in the distance, but a pick up, and it's not going to quite be a flashlight save. Kind of needed to be to salvage what was left of that game, but unfortunately, it will not be. As Vamp, 3 generators remaining. A death at 3 is very, very good here for Vamp. Now we need to win these pallet 50s, and we are actually able to do so, kicking this pallet over at the one side of the map here. Yellow Bottle coming through to speed up a little bit. Speed Demon Clown. Purple Bottle coming through as well. And Freeze will be taking a tag as we head over to the 9 side of the map here. The generators are being worked. Winter is working a generator on the other side of the map. Hendrix is currently trying to work another generator as well. So 2 of these generators are being progressed here. When we vault into the window, maybe to try to circumnavigate the Clown here, but Clown was in fact aware of what was happening. And that will mean that one of these generators will not pop. Yellow Bottle coming through. Speed Demon Clown as well. Purple Bottle to maybe circumnavigate Winter Edit, and it will actually happen too. So beautiful down coming in from Vamp, as both of those gens will be interrupted. This will not be a tag onto Hendrix actually, so very good stuff here. As, yeah, we are picking up. Not going to be a flashlight, unfortunately, as this will be a pain resonance onto Winter Edit. And that will actually prevent the generator from being done. You needed that. I mean, look at this generator location too. This was not a very good down, unfortunately. Down into this generator that was so close to being done here will mean that this result isn't looking too good for Team Night Owls. Swinging through the pallet, and we do get it. And this is another pain resonance hook too. We're going to want to hook back onto this hook as well. Pain resonance coming through. We're back onto this generator as well to try to maybe get it done. Two very high progress to generators, as we do see Vamp wanting to take chase onto Winter. No, perhaps we're trying to mess up comms a little bit here. And I think we did actually just see Hendrix going in for the rotation, but immediately leaving once he realized what was happening. Now Hendrix will go in for this rotation. Purple Bottle coming through. And a tag onto Hendrix as well. Winter Edit could very well pop that generator over at 1 just in time. It will have to, yes, it will actually happen, but that will mean Winter Edit will be dying in the corner. And slugging for the 4K immediately. Yellow Bottle going through to try to stop them on that generator. However, the comms came in and they will be immediately off that generator to stop it. Dragon's Grip as well. It's still regressing as well, which is something that you really like to see if you're Vamp. A 4K with 2 is looking quite imminent here. Freeze now taking chase over at this tile here. I believe that was a Lithe that came through. Yes, that was in fact Lithe that came through. As here are our survivors. Pink Bottle coming in. As we're now going for Winter Edit. Winter Edit will be dying here, very unfortunately. We want to head back over to that generator, make sure it can't pop, but the communication is coming through that he is heading back over there, so we will not be getting back on that gen. Yellow Bottle to get there a little bit faster, maybe kick it. And it is still regressing. Vamp is very happy to see the amount of pressure that he has right now. Yellow bottling to try to cut off Freeze, it looks like. As there is very little to be done here. A locker force needs to happen. As that will mean a pickup does in fact happen. Hendrix going up on this hook with Pain Resonance too. The question is, how do you recover from this? We know where both survivors are now. I mean, we see that both of their scratch marks, so we know their general direction. So this is actually, again, Vamp is looking like, this is looking like a 4K too. I don't think that the survivors can recover from that. A down onto Winter Edit. Hendrix will be unhooked in a second, you have to imagine here. Here comes Freeze, 1 HP. But Clown is so fast. He gets here very, very quickly and does actually find Hendrix too. But is interested more in Freeze, 1 HP. Yellow Bottle coming through to try to cut off Freeze. Will not quite make this pallet, but a swing through will mean he will. Oh my goodness. As we're picking up Freeze now. And I forget if Freeze is Death Hug. Yes, Freeze is dead. This is 2 survivor protocol. 1 slugged, 1 injured. We are still looking... Winter Edit? I don't remember if it was hooked. And if Winter Edit actually does bleed out here, and he wasn't hooked, then this could be good. You could at least make the win con a lot steeper, but we do actually find Winter Edit. Very luckily for Vamp. And Winter Edit was actually second stage, so it wasn't that much to worry about. Now we can go ahead and take this hill. And see if we can't find Hendrix somewhere. But Hendrix is just stealthing in the corner here. It looks like we're going to be content with allowing for Winter Edit to die here. Hendrix does actually just... Oh, Winter Edit does actually just die on that hook. So the hatch will be closed. And we're going to try a bubble tech yet again. We're not closing the hatch just yet. I don't know if he was seen. We might have actually seen him. I think we did. No, we didn't. Bubble Tech, yet again, doing work. And you need to commit for this. You need to commit for this to maybe make anything happen here, but Clown is just too fast and will actually get in here in time to stop you. This is the strength of the bubble tech. I mean, it can just really mess you up. I mean, if you are not aware of what's happening, it can seriously be bad, as we are seeing a Mori. The most disgusting Mori in the game, and yes, I am counting Plague, and when we come back, we will see just how Team Tribulation survivors are able to answer to Team Night Owl's killer. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Entities Campfire. We are here back with some more Night Owls versus Tribulation. Potentially the last set, depending on the result that Winner Edit is able to get. If he can get a 4K with one generator remaining, then Night Owls will take the game. If Tribulation can beat that result, then I think that's true. I believe that's true. If Tribulation can beat that result, then there will be a head-on play, and we will find someone in the locker. That cannot be happening here. Oh no, Tribulation now gonna have this Pain Resonance hook up on the 9 side of the map for the first chase. That was very unfortunate stuff here, as we are seeing the unhook coming in onto Vamp pretty much immediately, it looks like here. No, someone was stealthing around it, but we do know that someone is around here, and that is Grease0. Grease0 now taking chase over to the 6 side of the map here, has this 3 lane to play. Needs to try to win it, and does actually do so quite well so far. Yellow bottle coming through, but it will mean that it looks like the unhook will be able to happen here for relatively free. And Vamp will make the shack here. That was a very early down here, so here's the thing. You might not mind that this unhook came in pretty early, because if you can get the down early yet again, then you can make yourself a very good result here, as that will be a hit tank coming in from Grease0. Grease0 doing a very good job to body block away Winter Edit from getting to Vamp fast enough. Vamp now taking chase over at this really bad bus here. Needs to win this, unfortunately does not, as Vamp will actually be able to make another tile here. No, is only able to make the other side of the bus here, and will actually make the pallet too. Needs to win these pallet 50s, and kinda does, yeah. But unfortunately, Vamp will be going down yet again. That generator is being doubled over there. Now, that is the 3-gen protocol just over there. So yes, I'm trying to remember. I think the result Vamp got last game was a 4K with 2 generators remaining. So for Winter Edit to win this, he has to meet that or beat that. So right now, we are at the win condition. Even if we beat that, actually, that won't mean great things, as Vamp does get unhooked as well for the people coming through at the same time, too. And it will mean that Vamp probably gets to live another day. Yeah, here's Ryan. Now Ryan with the FTP coming in, wanting to make the shack here, is going to be able to do so, vaulting the window. And does have this pallet to play. Winter Edit kind of swinging at this pallet here at the seawall. And just won't make this pallet either. This does allow for Ryun to make this pallet, this window, and does actually win the window 50 as well. Very unfortunate stuff here. Team Tribulation is showing that they are here to play, and they will probably win this tiebreaker set if things continue this way. Ryun continuing to play these bus 50s here, and will eventually die for his troubles, but not before another generator pops in the distance. That is tie condition met already. And a reset does actually happen, as we are seeing Grease0 here as well, as the tag onto Slasher comes in. Want to continue this chase on to Grease0. Can you get the down through the pallet? No, you can't. Ping, unfortunately, plus the Clown's abnormal speed is just not going to come through for you here, Winter Edit, as we're heading back towards the unhook here. And we do actually get the unhook. Vamp now taking chase over at this 6 side of the map here, wanting to vault this window, but isn't going to quite happen here. The flashbang not going to quite save Vamp's health here, as we're continuing chase over to the 9 side of the map here. Shack kind of being worked, as we're now interested in seeing exactly to what extent it's done. And it is not terrible progress. I mean, it's not amazing, but you can kick it here and apply Eruption. As there is GriZero now running away here. We are interested in trying to get it down as quickly as possible here. And there we actually did see Vamp, but I don't think Winter actually saw Vamp, and now we finally did. If we managed to see Vamp, I think a little bit earlier there, that might have been a down. But fortunately, just will not happen here. Need to win this pallet here. Vamp doing an incredible job around this loop. But the question is, does he actually make this pallet? And he does, unfortunately, for Winter Edit, but then promptly loses the pallet 50. We're now heading over to the shack to stop this double. Kicking it just to apply Dragon's Grip. And we are more than content to go pick up Vamp here. Dragon's Grip applied to that generator. They're going to be a little bit more deterred maybe to step on it. And even if they do, yep, the screen will happen. And we do hear GriZero has stepped back onto the shack generator. However, I don't think GriZero is too caring about it considering the injury. And that is the bus gen going to be finished in just a moment. And this shack gen is very close behind. This will probably be a win for Team Tribulation, and therefore we will be going back to the Spirit set. That gen does pop in the distance. That is a win for Team Tribulation. And they are showing that they are not out of this game just yet. They could win it all. Very good 50 win from Ryun there, as Shaq does finally pop, and now they're interested in going for the gates. Swinging through the pallet. And Ryun will be dying here, but for these gates, you probably don't mind that. Ryun is checking the lockers here to see if maybe there is like anyone in the lockers, I have to assume here. No, it looks like we're just more than content to allow for them to leave. Yeah, this is going to be a win for Team Tribulation, and when we come back, we will be back, I believe, on the Spirit set here, seeing who can win that. All Night Owls needs is one more win, and they will take this game. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Entities Campfire to what is potentially the final set of today's matches. We're back on the Spirit. It is winner Edit Hendrix, Freeze 1 HP, and Sonic Misses You versus the killer of Tribulation, which is going to be Vamp. And Hendrix actually eludes Vamp very, very well there. We're actually phasing again, seeing if we can't get a follow-up phase here. Want to see that we do actually know that there's survivors here on the back side of this truck, and this will be, I think... It is, in fact, Freeze 1 HP. Freeze 1 HP now taking chase at this window. Getting the fast vault on the truck to avoid the tag. Beautiful stuff from Freeze 1 HP. Forcing Vamp away from this truck filler. Now needs to be very, very careful of what might be happening over on main. And we were very much right to worry as we see Winner Edit running away from the shack, heading over to the crane pallet now. Needs to play it very, very carefully. Running around the crane pallet. 110 killer isn't, ooh, but the bloodlust comes in at the perfect time. Winner Edit's kind of sitting there like, what? Not kind of a little bit perturbed at what happened there. Can't believe that the bloodlust came in just in time there. Vamp now picking up Winner, and pop goes the weasel, ready to be applied. Gen Prog is looking a little decent here, as we are kicking Shack with Pop Goes the Weasel. That is not the gen you'd necessarily want to kick with Pop here, but again, we are none the wiser to exactly what progress they might have, so that might actually have been very much the play. As there is Sonic Misses You. Sonic now taking chase over at this filler pallet. Be very, very careful as the phase walk going to be coming in, just a short phase just to mess Sonic up a little bit, as now we're long phasing back to the unhook, as Hendrix now has to go for the unhook. We're watching, we're waiting, and we're not seeing anything just as yet here, as we're kicking this filler pallet by this crane here. More than happy to keep camping it, trying to make sure that no one can come in for this unhook for free. And Winner Edit does go second here for one of those generators popping in the distance. Two of those generators popping in the distance. Kind of love to see it if you are Vamp, though. Getting the second hook out for free for those two gens is honestly a really worthwhile trade here. I don't believe this is for the people player, but this will make it here. We're not interested in getting the unhook just yet, but we will get it now. As I know, this is not for the people. Now, Winner Edit has to be very, very careful to try to make this pallet here. Wants to make the shack, though, and drop it instantly. Is able to do so, phasing to try to follow up. Will not make this pallet, however. Good stuff from Vamp to get this death at 3 gens remaining. No flashlight save to happen either. A death onto Winter Edit at 3 gens remaining is exactly what you need if you are Vamp. There is Freeze 1 HP, now going to be taking a tag over on this 9 side of the map here. Vamp going to be phasing on to Freeze as well, trying to follow up this really, really quickly here. This is looking like a 4K2, maybe even 4K1 here, depending on what the teams are able to do. Not a lot of gen progress for it all, though, so you have to assume here that Night Owls is trying to get some pressure back. Eruption being applied to this bottom generator as well. That 7 gen was being worked on, and we are able to reapply some pressure. As we do see Sonic here. Sonic will be taking a tag not through phase, which is not really what you want You want to be able to, if you're going to take a tag, you prefer it be with the power as opposed to without, just because, oh, that was really, really good stuff here from Sonic to win that TNL. As we're now phasing. And we do lose Sonic just very briefly. As Sonic is winning these TNLs super well here. Beautiful stuff from Sonic. However, that will be a down. And not for that much progress either. A fresh hook on to Sonic here. Pop Goes the Weasel applied. We are going to be able to circumnavigate this 10 gen here and stop it from popping as well. So very, very good stuff here, as now Freeze is forced to just leave. And there is Hendrix as well. We see all survivors here. I mean, we just need to work some gens here, I feel like. We're still just moving around, trying to find any survivor that might be around here. Sonic is able to just be camped to death here. I mean, there isn't very much that Team Night Owls can really do about this. They need to just work some gens. That's exactly what they're doing, but Sonic will go second here. We thought we may have heard that generator being worked, but it was not, in fact. As there is Hendrix going for the unhook right now. It will not be a trade. As it looks like we're interested in going for Hendrix, actually. No, we're interested in going for Sonic, so very good stuff there. Maybe to mess with the comms of Team Night Owls there a little bit. Forcing the pallet drop and breaking it. We need to make something really quickly here, but I think we will. I think we will, in fact, make this car pile. But the Spirit's power is coming back here very, very soon. Need to just drop it and maybe hold W. Flashbang to maybe mess with the killer's audio a little bit there. And we actually do so very, very well. And it will allow us to make this 3 pallet, this 3 tile. But unfortunately, we are not going to be able to vault that window, and Eruption does apply. This generator does pop over at 7 though, and this main generator is not far behind. This is looking like a 4K with 1 gen remaining. Pop Eruption, maybe it's not actually. Maybe this could be a 4K too, depending on what happens here. We do see Freeze actually working the Shack gen. And just leaving it now. A little bit of progress on it, can't hurt. We do actually tag Freeze as well. Freeze was trying to go for a little bit of a mind game, it looks like, but not going to quite work against Vamp. As Vamp is now going to be phase walking over back to the 9 side of the map here to try to find Hendrix. And we do actually find Hendrix over at this 11 tile. Hendrix will unfortunately be dying. This generator was dangerously close. Dangerously close. And it still could pop here. As now Hendrix is going back over to that generator. However, the miscomm could mean the death of Hendrix here. And it will mean the death of Hendrix. Eruption being applied to both 11 and Shack here. Freeze needs to just keep working through main, but it's just not enough progress as Freeze will be dying. This is a 4K with 2 generators remaining. Very nice stuff here from Vamp to get this 4K too here. Night Owls needs to beat a 4K2, needs this 4K3 to just win this game. This is shaping up to be an amazing comeback from Team Tribulation so far. They have taken 2 sets that they needed if they win this next set. As we are now phasing, trying to find anywhere that Hendrix could be. Where is Hendrix, actually? Over by 11 still. Was at the corner. We might suspect so, because we just saw a bird. Yeah, we do actually find Hendrix, and here is the Mori. Never mind, Mori is not possible yet. When we come back, we will see how the survivors of Tribulation are able to respond to the killer of Night Owls. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Entities Campfire. We are here back with the Spirit. Slasher, Vamp, Ryun, and Grease Zero here for Tribulation. Night Owls is Cross here on the Spirit. Just looking to see any the crossing of any survivor here. And we actually did just see one, but I don't think Cross just saw one. Very unfortunate stuff there from Cross, as Cross is now heading over to the 12th side of the map here, and we're actually seeing scratch marks over here. Trying to see if we can't find the survivor that might be around here behind this tire, so to nonetheless, eruption being applied to that generator, and we're heading over to the 5 side of the map. We don't really see anyone just yet. We're Survivors of Tribulation, kind of playing this very, very safe to start off with. Still not seeing anyone. Cross continuing to just watch the cross, but with a K. And still, just no one. Tribulation is playing this very, very safe so far. But we are actually doubling out this 12 gen over here at the beginning. So we did get some good progress on it. And we do actually find Vamp, who is now taking chase over by this filler tile here. We'll actually take a tag. Ooh, and we tried to maybe get the stun before it could happen, but it just will not happen, very unfortunately. Vamp will probably be going down very, very quickly here, as I don't think there's much for him to be able to do here. Trying to mess with the Spirit's audio a little bit, but unfortunately it just will not happen, as Vamp will be going down on the 12th side of the map here. Picking up Vamp, the doubling of the gen over at the 5 side. And it will be a hook here at 1. Our win condition is 4K3. So we'll see just how the Survivors of Tribulation can play around that. This 5 generator does pop in the meantime, though. Heading back over to the 3 side, trying to check up on it. Doesn't see any progress just yet. And again, no survivors just yet, so this is not the worst place to have this hook, right? I mean, you can kind of protect it a little bit and maybe camp it to second here. However, Slasher will be able to get a gen done in the interim of that, so you do have to be careful with going a little bit too hard on the camp here. And we're just kind of watching for the rotation. They're kind of really hoping that this unhook, that the second stage was going to happen a lot sooner, just because. Ooh, and here comes Ryun for the rotation here. Second stage will happen. Nothing Ryun can do about it. Very unfortunate stuff. And we'll take a tag for it too. Slasher working agenda over at the 7 side of the map will actually pop it as well. So that is the win condition right there. Or this is the win condition right here. So what I mean is Cross cannot allow another generator to pop. And we're continuing to just kind of wait on this hill. But by doing that, Grease Zero will pop another gen. I think Grease Zero is the one actually going for this unhook here. Very interestingly, hitting Lithe. And now we want to body block the hook, but it will not happen as the generator does pop off in the distance. And a trade will be occurring. Cross now phasing over for Vamp. That is the tie condition right there, by the way. And for the people will come through as well. Very good stuff here from Cross to actually get that down. Gree Zero gonna be picked up here. Want to try to find Vamp best as we possibly can. We do actually find Vamp too. So very, very nice. Dropping the pallet. Phasing yet again. We do actually find Vamp. Vamp tried to trick Cross a little bit there, but it's just not going to work out, very unfortunately. And Cross will be dead here. Or Vamp will be dead here, I apologize. All the survivors now picked up. Vamp dead, 2 remaining. Now the question becomes, can Team Night Owls pop another gen? Or, sorry, can Team Tribulation pop another gen? Pop Eruption being applied to this generator, middle. Not much generator progress to speak of here. And there is Gree Zero taking a tag over, going over to the 6th side of the map now. Dropping the filler pallet immediately, wanting to kick it. And then a flashbang play does come in here, allowing for the survivors to get back on this generator. Gree Zero continuing chase over at this 3 side and only has this corner pallet to play, but has to try to circumnavigate it, and unfortunately is not able to do that. A down onto Gree Zero and a pickup too. Still not seeing anyone just yet. We managed to get the hook onto Gree Zero, but with the way this is looking, it's looking like a tie. As we do see some progress here on the 7 generator. And Slasher will be able to go for the unhook to suit. Pop goes the Weasel Eruption on that 7 generator to suit as well. So we need to get back on it instantly if we want to have any progress. So we may have tricked Ryun a little bit there, and we have in fact tricked Ryun. Will it result in a tag before we can actually make this pallet, though, is the question on our minds here. Will not quite, but beautiful stuff here to actually still get the tag. We are doubling the generator to try to pop us. We're going to die corner as well. Needs to stealth off immediately to go for this unhook, as the slug will be happening. This 3 generator was a decent amount of progress here. The question is, can we actually find the person stealthing to get back onto it in Slasher? Slasher being very careful here not to get found. And there is Slasher. We actually do see her. But was he seen? Yes, he was, in fact, seen. Oh, amazing stuff here from Slasher. Phasing now. Not going to fall for it again is Cross. Continuing chase onto Slasher. Trying to get this down as quickly as possible here, while the 2 survivors over on the other side of the map do reset here. And that will be a down onto Slasher. And we're going into the basement too. This is a great hook location here for Cross. Ryun and Gree need to be meticulous on how they play this. I mean, like, the question is, do you just let Slasher die? And even if you try to, can you even get a gen done? Heading back to the unhook as Green now wants to run into the basement to get the unhook for himself as well. Desperate measures coming through, and it will be an unhook as well. As it looks like the spirit is no longer interested actually, but no, we're actually heading back to the basement now, so we will actually find Slasher, her phase walking to try to cut Slasher off Ryu and back on a generator. And unfortunately Slasher's just gonna go down. Very unlucky stuff here. Greezero stealthing around, trying to just wait for the unhook. But we're actually unhooking right by the generator that we care about. Very unfortunate stuff. Pop goes the Weasel Eruption going to be applied to this 3-gen. As an immediate unhook onto Slasher going to happen. Ryun is able to circumnavigate the killer though. And is able to get back on the generator immediately. Greezero now going over to the 6th side of the map. No phase going to be happening. Maybe heading over to 3. Yes, heading over to 3. Does actually catch Ryun off, but is able to make this pallet. So good stuff from Ryun here. Oh, but a hit through the pallet will mean that Ryun is probably going to get 2-tapped. Ryun does in fact get 2-tapped. So very, very good stuff here from Cross to get that down. Phasing yet again. At this 3 side of the map. And we are seeing the unhooked second wind coming through, and the 7 generator being applied with Pop Eruption. Running away immediately is the survivor that was here. I believe that is, yeah, that was in fact Slasher. And a tag through the window is going to happen too. Slasher trying to outplay that a little bit, but isn't going to quite happen here. As the pickup onto Slasher will occur, Ryun and Greezero continuing to double out this generator. Now the question is, can it even be done? I don't believe they have enough time to finish this gen, but they're sticking it. They are sticking it. Oh no! That could have sealed the fate of Team Tribulation. As now Greezero is in chase over by the 3 side of the map. Needs to take it away. Lyth coming through. We're finding Ryun as well. A tag onto Ryun. That skill check could have been the thing that costed Tribulation this match. Eruption applied to that 3-gen, picking up Ryun. You have to imagine that maybe the nerves were getting to Ryun or something, that skill check was unfortunate. I mean, you have to wonder, would it have mattered? I mean, I think if they didn't hit that skill, if that skill check was a hit, then that generator would have been done. They would have probably died for it, but they would have taken the set. We'll make it coming through. And a tag onto Ryun as well. Continuing chase onto Greezero. And a down onto Greezero as well, picking up Greezero. This has been the most up and down, topsy-turvy of a match. And that is it, a 4K with 2 generators remaining. That is the tie condition met for Team Tribulation. When we come back, I forgot. I've never gotten this far before. When we come back, I think we're going back to the Clown. Or we might be going back to the Dark Lord. You'll see when you come back, but stay tuned.
It's Lily.
Hi. Oh my god. Lily, please, oh my god, save us. I'm gonna
I'll come
cry.
time, I'll come time.
Are you able to? Because like I can try to set up
I
live
can
split.
time
Okay, thank god.
It's okay. We can just have timer off stream, and I'll just tell you like right after. I'll like I can say it like on stream or whatever.
Okay. This was supposed. I started this at 4. I was like, okay, I have practice at 8:30. I'm gonna make that, and it's gonna be no problem whatsoever. And like, I'm late for practice.
There's just no way. If we let them fucking play it again, they're just gonna tie it again, bro.
No,
Like,
when
Same.
that's what I mean. When Ryun missed that skill check at 3, I was tempted to be like, no, you're actually fucking with me, because like, there's no way.
literally game tying skill check.
Like, oh my god. Because they would have popped that, I think.
I think so. Okay, so okay, they said everything. I think they're good.
Okay, I'll join winner edits. Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
I'm so tired.
Okay, they're good to go. To be honest, like their builds are fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what map it is? What's the set? I forget.
It's Doc Records, I think.
Doc, okay. It's fine.
You're on serve.
Oh, girl. Oh, what am I doing? No, girl, I'm so tired. You have no idea.
Free Mario.
Oh my god, and I don't think we're getting paid for this one either, unfortunately.
I know. It's okay.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine.
Okay, I won't talk until the timer ends, and then I'll tell you what it was.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 1v1 to decide who wins this match of Tribulation versus Night Owls here. We have GreaseZero on the Survivor, Hendrix on the Killer here, playing these Doctor sets. In the background, I have Lily lovingly setting this timer for me, and they have immediately begun here. Doctor set. Shocking this pallet, trying to make sure we can't get it out of the way immediately. And this might be a very early tag here. It is on to GreaseZero. Great stuff here from Hendrix to get this very, very early tag here. Flashbang coming in. Static Blast coming through as well. Preventing GreaseZero from being able to really make much of anything. That window will not be made, and I think GreaseZero might just be dead here unless we can make this pallet. No, we cannot quite make that pallet, and because of that, GreaseZero will not be going down. Oh my goodness gracious, a bit of auto aim happening there. GreaseZero now heading back over to the 10 of the map here is actually going to make that TNL, so very, very good stuff there from GreaseZero. That auto aim might have screwed Hendrix over a lot more than we think. This time could be a lot closer because of that. GreaseZero heading back over to the shack now. Shock needs to come through. Not going to be able to get the pallet drop here, so good stuff here from GreaseZero. Not quite gonna make the pallet here. Swinging and a missing from Hendrix. Greasero will actually make the pallet as well, as we are now able to make the shack and just immediately drop it. Greasero has gotten away with a little bit too much here in this 1v1 immediately to begin with. And is now gonna try to get over to the seawall here. Seawall. Question is, can Greasero actually outplay the seawall? I don't know fully, and Greasero will be going down. And that time was
1:39.
1 minute and 39 seconds. So whoever's playing killer, I believe it's just going to be Greasero, will have to beat that in order to win this first 1v1. But we will see how that turns out when we come back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the second round of these Doctor 1v1s here. 1 minute and 39 seconds is the time to beat for Grease Zero here. Grease Zero on the Dr. Hendrix, on the Survivor. Getting ready to begin here. I'm just going to choose the side he wants. Does actually choose it. And as soon as the swing happens from Grease Zero, the timer will begin. And here they are. Off they go. Beginning at the shack. Here, shocking. Hendrix wants to do a little bit of a mind game here. 1 minute 39 seconds is all we need from Grease Zero here. And the shack will actually be dropped. So good stuff here from Hendrix to actually get the shack dropped. That will give him a little bit more time here in this 1v1. Heading over to the 12 side of the map here. Most likely just going to immediately, no, not going to immediately drop this crane pallet. Going to actually play around it best as we possibly can. Want to try to mind game Hendrix a little bit here. But a Jiggy will actually come through and a pallet drop it as that at that too. So very, very good stuff here from Hendrix. Meanwhile, timer's still cranking on, so Grease Zero has to be very, very careful. He needs a tag. Preferably, he would have liked one a little bit earlier on, considering how early his tag was at the beginning of his chase here. Doctor continuing to try to mind game around this pallet here. Hendrix continuing to chase at this pallet as well. Will actually get the pallet stun as well. So, amazing stuff here from Hendrix. But Hendrix actually going to be hitting life and going to be making it to the 12 side of the map as well. So that's great, great stuff here coming in from Hendrix. Hendrix now trying to dodge the shock here, but it's not quite going to happen as Hendrix will be taking a tag, heading over to the shack side of the map. You have to imagine the timer is getting dangerously close if it has not passed already. Shocking this filler pallet. And we're heading back over to this pallet as well. Shocking, and we're not going to quite make it. This could be the down onto Hendrix, and it will be the down onto Hendrix. And the time was
1:48.
1 minute and 48 seconds, meaning the winner of this round has been Night Owls. I believe we'll be going to a second round of 1v1s when we come back. I forget exactly what it is, but when we come back, we will see. So stay tuned. And we are back here for the second round of 1v1s here. Hendrix versus, I believe, yeah, Grease Zero, yet again, the two 1v1ers of, you have to imagine the two 1v1ers at least, of Team Tribulation and Team Night Owls here. Hendrix just looking at his RNG, seeing what it is that he has to work with, seeing exactly where he should and shouldn't take chase. He actually does have a water tower into a pretty nice filler palette here, so we'll see how he chooses to actually play this bottom side. We don't know what his top side looks like. I didn't get the chance to see it, but as soon as the swing happens, we will be beginning. And they are off here. Hendrix choosing to actually run around the water tower. Very smart decision, actually. Water tower is a very, very strong loop to get here on the suffocation pit at the very beginning into a god rock, actually, as well, too. We're not going to play it, though. Not the safest thing to immediately play. Just going to loop around this tile as long as we possibly can. Swinging, not going to quite make anything. However, just immediately breaking as well. No brutal strength to speak of here, but Bamboozle will actually allow for Grease Zero to shut down a couple of the loops a little bit easier. Hendrix now heading back over to the shack. He's able to loop it very effectively thanks to that tile being there, so very good 1v1 awareness here. Dropping shack immediately. Grease Zero, no choice but to immediately break the shack palette, as now Hendrix is going to head over to the middle tile here. Has a bit of an Ormond tile here as well to play, but Lythe just wants to hit Lythe and just wants to try to make it to the other side of the map best as he possibly can here. Check spotting this best as we possibly can as well, just dropping the filler, taking the window as well, so good stuff here from Hendrix. Bamboozle do have to be careful. Yep, there it is, and that will result in a tag here. I don't think Hendrix really has anything that can stop this tag from coming through. Yeah, there is the tag onto Hendrix. However, it will allow Hendrix to make the main building here of the suffocation pit. Not much that Grease Zero can really do to stop that, but Bamboozle this window and hope to have a really, really good solid chase thereafter. Heading over to this corner main filler here, has no choice but to drop it and see if we can't make anything else. Bamboozle is going to mean some pretty bad stuff here for Hendrix. Has to take this window and has to fast vault it. Does actually do so as well. Now needs to try to make this filler over on the one side of the map, and does actually do so, immediately dropping the tile here, but does get stuck on a box, and that means that Hendrix will be going down. What was the time on that, Lily?
1:49.
1 minute 49, so pretty fast trapper chase here. Typically you see those go on for 2 minutes, but still not too terrible here. Again, we're playing with nerves, so we'll see how that can or how Grease Zero Survivor can actually play into that. So stay tuned for that, and we'll see if Night Owls is going to be winning right here, right then and here. And welcome back to the Entities Campfire. Welcome back to the 1v1 between Night Owls versus Tribulation, or Grease Zero versus Hendrix. Hendrix on the Trapper, Grease Zero on the Survivor here. The Jake Park Gree just looking at his RNG yet again, making sure he has things that he can play. The time to beat is 1 minute and I believe 49 seconds was what was said. So if that can be beaten by Grease Zero, then we'll be going to the third matchup here. However, if Grease Zero gets less time than that, then that means that Night Owls will win this 1v1 event. TR check spotting that, making sure we don't get caught off there, and we almost very much do, but we don't get tagged. Very luckily for Grease Zero, he's able to make that Shat pallet. Now we're going to play the fillers over here, the jungle gym over here. It's a short wall. Dropping that pallet, Grease Zero now heading over to the bottom side of the map. Wants to save his life, however, so just slow vaulting that window. This is probably Bamboozle, I had to imagine. That vault was really, really quick. Oh, but a good tag here onto Grease Zero. Beautiful stuff here from Hendrix. Actually get that tag. Now needs to make it to this God Rock. Immediately pre-dropping that. Life is still in play here. We can actually use it as we're now zoning Gree back to the bottom side of the map here. And I think if we want to last any longer, we need to play this seawall, and we need to hit life. Playing the seawall, not getting too perturbed. Check spotting very, very well there, and Grease Zero does actually live to last just a little bit longer here, making it to this lovely water tower, actually. But I don't know if he can actually get a full loop around it before needing... No, I don't think he can. Needs to make it to this God Rock here. Does actually do so. Playing the filler. Needs to win 50s and unfortunately does lose the 50, causing a down. Grease Zero will be going down. What is the time on that?
127.
127, and I believe with that, Night Owls has actually taken the 1v1 and thus, therefore, the entire match for today. Very well played to both teams, Night Owls and to Tribulation. Thank you everyone so much for coming to the most hectic but also longest match I've ever casted ever. Thank you to Grim, my lovely referee, and thank you to Lily for coming on the last minute to do the timing for the 1v1. We hope to see you all again on Sunday. We will have some more matches going on then, but until then, take it easy. Goodbye everybody.